Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Oh my god, why am I listening? Cool. Oh my god, a viewer. About time. I'm probably gonna wait a little bit before actually starting everything, because who knows how long it's gonna take people to find the link and everything. But should have everything ready here. I'm just gonna leave it on that for now. Yeah, it's probably gonna be pretty chill for the first little bit. Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna get it running in collab first. 'Cause why not? Okay, so boop boop. I should probably zoom in on this, shouldn't I? You know what? Anything they give me is going to be good. It infers an 8 gigs VRAM. Why is it giving me bitrate warnings? Hello? So much to install. Let's see. We've got to get the model. I don't know how to get stuff from Hugging Face programmatically, so I'm just going to manually download and upload. It's going to take 10 billion years. That's fine. Still getting everything set up. Waiting for people, trying to get it to run on here. In the meantime, hi. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. Sorry about that. Clear output. You know, that's valid. That's very valid. Half of dubstep artists don't know how to pronounce their own names either. I wonder if I can wget from this link. Copy link. Can I do that? Does it work like that? I need this too. Sure. It might try to make me like log in or something. Oh, cool. Yeah, I never use Hugging Face. I have no idea how. Oh, it's doing weird protobuf stuff. I forgot I have to... Sometimes it gets broken. you're installing like G down or something, then it breaks the Stability Tools version of Protobuf, and you just have to do that. Oh right, Gemini's in here. I never use this. I have that. Let's just see if this works. There's the repository. It's a great repository. It's so easy to run it. Like everything is in this command right here. Just pass it the configs. Sometimes you pass it the model, like with this Hugging Face Hub package. Bet. Let me... No, I'm not restarting you. Copy, paste, bam. Not full screen. You can go, copy this, paste that, run you, can't access gated repo. Tell Gemini so that Gemini can do all the work for me. Let's go. Token. Let me do that in a new tab so you all can't see. Access tokens, new token, stream, copy, paste. These probably need to be in a new cell. Nope. Question mark? The token has write permission. It's also broken left click. Don't save. I'll just make a new token. This is probably going to be a kind of long, boring stream because we're dealing with like... You used read permission stream? Okay, okay. Then I don't know why this is complaining. Anyway, this is probably going to be a kind of boring stream because we're going to deal with like setting up from scratch and all the real world like errors and weird bullshit that you get. Let me try with a new token. Well, write permission worked. Okay, tip 1 if you're trying to download, use a write token. Let's see. Did I already get the model config? Okay, model config looks like this. Let me actually just grab it from here. Yeah, this made me share info. This is what the model config looks like. There's a bit that defines what the model looks like, how the conditioning works, like the diffusion itself. This is all the autoencoder. Training hyperparameters, like weight decay, optimizers, and then the demo stuff. They all look like this. Some of them might drop out like different chunks of it, like for the autoencoder ones, you don't need a pre-transform. You don't need diffusion or conditioning, and there's a whole bunch more stuff in here that you need to worry about. We're not worrying about that right now. Because thankfully they gave us everything already written. so let me get some reference code here real quick because I have some, and okay. I could run Gradio. I don't want to run Gradio, so we're not going to run Gradio. Does all that work? No. Right, CD starts with %. Yeah. This should work. After it does that, again. No restart. Oh. Okay, it works. Let's go. We gotta load model config. I'm actually gonna do this all in a new cell here. Literally just loading this so that we can grab stuff. Print loading model, because sometimes it takes a minute. So now that the model's config is loaded, and that, no, autocorrect got that wrong. This is also wrong. It's copy state dict. That's wrong. Model that. That's also wrong. Okay, that's the Python that actually loads it. It's in here. It's just from this where you go interface, Gradio. It's that line right there. Create. You have to load the config, create a blank model, and then fill it with the weights. So that's what happened here. Load the config, make a blank model, fill it with the weights. If I run this, oh, let me also just do that. No model config, okay. /content/model config. Now maybe it won't yell at me because it's an absolute path. Still just wasting time. Oh wow, it's downloading things. Looks like it's working. This all means that it's working. Very nice. Still literally no viewers. Fantastic. That's fine because we're doing the boring stuff right now. Okay, it worked. There is so much lag right now. Okay. Copying in a bunch of code. Sure, that's 10 seconds. Sure. Guitar loop. Seconds total 10, make a bunch of noise. Collab, you are wrong. That is not how this works. You can go away too. Steps equals not negative 100. That doesn't make much sense. Config scale, let's do 7.0. Rearrange, great, I have to import that. Does this run? It looks like it's running. CUDA is not available, that's okay, whatever. As long as this works, we're good. And then I can start actually training. That is working. And I'm going to kill it because it's going to be incredibly slow because I'm a dumbass and I forgot to give myself a GPU on this instance. But this is correct anyway. We save it for now. I'm gonna need this. Oh, here's an annoying thing about RunPod. It uses actually let's just get a environment to train on. These are nice. They have a lot of VRAM, they're not too expensive. We need to edit this though, because this is not enough disk. So, I don't know, 200? Let's do 500 gigabytes, why not? Maybe I'll be able to edit down the VOD later. Okay. Boop, connect. We gotta wait. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Cool. You run this. Still just installing. This usually takes a while to install. It depends on so much shit. Python package don't import literally every package on the planet challenge. Also gotta get this. Yeah, this is after you removed audiograph dependency. And it's still got all of this. Audiocraft is also definitely not the smallest importer either. Clear cell output, clear cell output. True. Did this work? Yeah, what on earth is with that? I need to see what on earth. Zero references to demux in DAC. Lovely, but they import it anyway. Unable to locate sound file. I definitely typed it wrong. Whatever. Tune. It's gonna flood it with Linux stuff. Okay, that looks done. Annoying thing about this, I can't use this because notebook login requires me to type and then press enter, and this doesn't let me do that. I can't log into weights and biases like that. I have to literally paste my key. Thankfully, I have a copy on Drive. So I'm going to pull that. So I already downloaded. Now where is it though? Let me just run this. Clear output, that's a real easy one. Oh, never mind. The copy that I'd uploaded got oofed partway through, so now it's corrupted. Probably Audiocraft that pulled in demux? Yeah, they use that for training. I can hear the freaking artifacts in the music gen outputs from using demux to yoink the vocals out of all of it. Not fun. Anyway, we don't need this. You know what? Let's just see what happens when you do this. Oh, okay. Apparently I need write access for this token. So don't save. Comment those, who knows, might need them later. Cool, we're getting the model. Still probably a very boring stream to watch. Welcome to how boring it actually is to get this stuff working. Get used to it. Should also probably get these while I'm at it. I'm gonna make a folder dataset. Guess what's gonna go in here? Getting to not explain it for once, that's gotta be nice. Watching me poke around in all your code. Saved. Sample packs. Glitches with friends. Does it let me upload folders? No. That is very frustrating. So I guess we're gonna like wget these or something? I forget what the link is on this. These had links somewhere. Oh well, I have them in a Google Drive because I was sharing them with some people. Let's get this first of all. Oh right, I'm not supposed to include this. Cool. Now I have to figure out how to deal with zip files in Jupyter Lab, which I don't like doing. And it's just called that. Okay. You can go over there. I don't need you. You're good. You don't need you anymore. Yeah, don't need you anymore. Cool. I'm lazy. I don't want to figure out how to unzip this. Unzip / that into / workspace / dataset. Fantastic. That looks right to me. Run it. Fuck it. Why not? Okay. Very cool, very cool. Let me see if I can find those glitch.cool links properly again. In the other tab. You know, is it worth trying to get that other data? Fuck yeah, it's worth trying to get the other data. Search for downloads. Ah, okay, so it was the old URLs, but with projects instead of releases. Cool, so, Gumroad, sure, no, they asked for money, I already paid for that, show all files, copy link, that's a zip file, we want that. Right, because there's spaces in there, it has to be in quotes. Glitch with volume 3.zip. Bam, that's gonna be the long one. There's two more. So, if this is volume 3, what happens when I just delete an I? Nope. This should work though. It does. Download link is Google Drive this time. So we're going to use that because it's easy. And volume 1 is another Google file. If you already have a dataset ready, you won't have to do any of this. But not everyone does. Why is this just frozen forever? Restart? Maybe? Run U? Maybe we'll skip on 3? We don't need 3. And then copy path, run U2. Is there anything I could be doing to like make it more interesting when we're just like waiting for stuff like this? I don't have a ton to chat about that we won't get to until I guess I could write the training command. That would be pretty necessary, right? Okay. Go CJ style and start beatboxing. I am so bad at beatboxing. I'm pretty sure you don't want to hear that. Like, I would lose all my viewers. All 4 of them. I could, though. File is not a zip file? Okay. Yeah, I figured. It's corrupted. Run this here. I could have background music going. I don't know how much I should be worried about like copyright with that. I hear a lot of YouTubers have issues with that. I have no idea. One thing I like is Collab shows me what line it's on. This doesn't. It just has a little asterisk there. First one's called Glitch with Friends. This is 2 A6000s, by the way. If you didn't catch that when I was setting it up. Run this too. You know what I can do? I can do that. You're just gonna go hide over there. I have no idea how copyrighted that is. It's fine. So, looks like all the data is here now. Can clear all this. I'm just gonna move all the setup to the same folder. Not folder, cell. So I can move it to a new notebook. And not have to stare at it while I'm working on everything else. Lovely idea. So, let's see how we're actually supposed to use this thing. That. Okay, sweet. Let's make sure we're in stable audio tools first, so that then, because this is right here, so we have to be like in this folder for it to see this. I don't think we need that. Dataset config, model config, name. This is stable audio open finetune. If I was like tracking this on weights and biases, that's what the run would show up as. You can turn even more down. Yeah, dataset is always a pain. Like the barrier for making like a Gradio or something for this training is everyone's gonna have a different idea of how dataset's supposed to work, and you're never gonna make it work for all of them. So, and then if you decide on one and just roll with that, everyone's just gonna be like, but why doesn't it work this way? Because this other repo did it this way, so they're gonna try it, get mad when it doesn't work. Datasets are frustrating. This is, you have to put like extra work into this one, but at least it's like configurable. You can kind of do it with whatever dataset style you want. You don't like that? You can write your own data loader in here. Like here's a local web dataset config. Here's a sample dataset, which is we're using local files. There's also one that like streams from S3, I think. Yeah. S3 dataset config. Yeah, you can just keep making more of these. Change a bunch of things so it loads them. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what web dataset was, so I ended up having to remake like most of it in order to stream the files one at a time, because I didn't have one big glob of all of them, just a folder full of a bunch of little ones. Okay, running commands like this is annoying, so we're gonna put it in here like this, because this you can run like that, if I recall correctly. It did in fact run. Nice. So now we actually have to point it to all our data. Okay, everyone's finally getting in here for the actually interesting part and not me just fucking around on collab. So let's look at model config. I already kind of touched on this. You don't ever really need to change this. It is what it is. If you are changing any of this, it'll need a hell of a lot of different kind of training. It's this stuff that I want to change. Actually, I do want to change one thing up here. This is very long. 47 seconds. I don't want to train 47 seconds because that's way too long. I want to make a sample model. So we're gonna do 5 seconds. 5 times 44,100 is that number. I know it's not technically kosher, but this will round it for you. So we're just changing sample size. This will just train it on smaller chunks, which is fine because we're training on samples, not songs. Pain. Look. Fine, we'll fix it. 2048, right? 107.6. Okay. 108 times 2048. That number. Or 262,144. Okay. Sure. I will trust the word of the person who wrote this code. That sounds like a very good idea. So, demo prompts. How do we decide on demo prompts? Well, I just want to use stuff that looks like what we're training on. So here's one of the training sets we're using. Let's just go bases, base loops. I don't know what's a good base loop here. Like this. That looks like a fantastic name. So let's just prompt that directly. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, and 5 seconds. This should be bigger. There we go. Yeah. These would be perfectly valid in the other ones too. Let's do drums too, because why not? Let's do loops maybe. Full loops. Sure. That. Because I'm just going to be lazy and train on file names. I could do other kinds of prompts. That's a later thing. The other packs are the glitch ones, like this. Maybe... See, drums are short samples. Loops, glitch loops? Yeah, that's nice. That. This should make very interesting things. File names are. I have been tinkering with, like, finding ways to create prompts out of just what people name them. Like, you can get a lot of mileage out of just replacing underscores with spaces and then just shuffling the word order all around. There's ways. Loops, chromatic maybe? Sure. It doesn't really matter. This is actually a pretty bad prompt because it's like artist-name. Maybe like melody loop synth 130. I don't know, something like that. Let's see. It should have some latent like knowledge. I don't want this many configs. I want 4 and 7. Just to make it take less time every time it demos. I'm apparently not supposed to change this because it's just using a worse sampler. So we won't. That's the model config. Entirely done. Just making sure. Got the prompts in. 5 seconds each. The model's generating 5 seconds, roughly. Yes, I can, except I'm also including the Saphicord dataset, which my friends and I made. So it won't be perfect. It's going to carry over some stuff like that. So path to model config is, guess what? This right here. Dataset config. Okay, this is the fun part. Well, yeah, it's Dance Diffusion. It's not going to be able to, like... Okay, I've given Dance Diffusion a lot of training time, and I've never gotten anything that doesn't sound like textured noise. So, let's go look at the example configs. They're here in the repo. Not scripts. Here, configs, dataset configs, local training. This is what we want. I'm just going to copy it and meet the whole thing. New file, dataset.json. If I just do this, it's going to open up in this stupid little tree viewer. I hate this thing. Like, it doesn't let me edit. So if you're doing this, right click, open with editor, and then you have a normal ass text editor. I don't know why they made the other thing be the default. Okay, dataset audio dir, yep. ID, whatever you want. I've actually technically got 3 datasets here. Yes, because these are samples, I am turning off random crop. Otherwise, it's like you're gonna start a drum loop in the middle of like the snare. That's gonna sound like ass all the time. Like, nothing's long enough for random crop to really be relevant here. I guess if you're training on a lot of, like, 2-minute pads, then you'd have some problems, but... complicated thing for another time. Path to dataset. I'm gonna actually call this one... we're gonna have 3 datasets. Because this is an array here. Bam. Glitch cool 1. Glitch cool 2. Copy path. Copy path. And copy path. This is how it gets the prompt. Gets the prompt from this thing. Basically, during training, it'll load this function, and then it'll use the path. It'll use the info of the current data to go, you can look up stuff, you can parse stuff. This just returns the file name as the prompt, basically, or relative path, but I want to do a little bit more than that, but we need this here in the first place. So, new file, rename dataset.py because I'm lazy, not .txt, and paste. This is great. We can do better. I'm just gonna break this out of here really quick. What do I want to do with this? Probably that, right? Just to make it a little bit nicer for prompting with sentences. So that should give like nice space separated words. Cool. So now we need to point this thing at it. This is probably like the most convoluted part of the entire training process. The rest is a hell of a lot easier. But it's also where you can like get the most unique stuff, if that makes sense. Like what you do here and here is going to set your model apart from everybody else who's doing this, right? So let's put in the time here. It's worth it. You can do like JSON lookups if you have prompts already, whatever you want. Anyway, this is asking for a bunch of these. So there, there, and there. So each of these, doesn't matter which one, is just going to get run through this to get the prompt. This looks good to me, so now we have to point the run command at it. It's all just pointing. Okay, this will run. This is not really what we want perfectly though. First of all, I want to track this, so I kind of do not care if you guys see my Wandb API key. What are you going to do with it? So now anything I do will get tracked there as this name. We're going to look at there once we actually start. That was bad. Let's run it. Fuck it, why not? Okay, so the configs worked. It found all the files. I'm pretty sure if we look at the usage here, it's only going to use 1 GPU. Unless it's smart enough to count how many we have. I've actually never tried. I've always explicitly told it how many GPUs. Oh my gosh, it worked. And we're training. This is great. It's also not perfect. I'm just gonna let it get to the first few because I want to see the memory use. I want to see whether it's using 1 or 2 GPUs. Okay. So I happen to know this defaults to batch size 8. I also happen to know these thingies can fit a hell of a lot more than batch size 8. Clear output. Okay, what other can we put in here? I know there's more stuff we can do. So what actually can we do? Well, we can give it a config file. Not necessary. Pre-transform, not necessary. Safeder. This looks kind of useful. We probably want to set that, right? No, I didn't mean to run you. Let's do checkpoints, which means now I need to make a folder called checkpoints. Right? Like, I'm thinking start with 64, huh? Because with 10 seconds I can fit 32, no problem. Anyway, we've got that. What else can we do? Checkpoint every. Sure, let's set that too. I mean, these have all got defaults. I don't care, I want to overwrite all of them anyway. 2,000 steps. Sure. Actually, this is not a lot of data. I'm going to set this to 1,000. It's not going to go overnight or anything. We have batch size. This is the important one. Batch size, let's do 64. Yeah. Num GPUs. Let's see, how many GPUs do we have? We have 2. Okay. Num GPUs, 2. We can set num nodes, 1. Don't care about this, don't care about this, don't care about this. Actually, I do care about this. What else can we do? Num workers? I think it's 8 by default and I want it to be 8. Seed. Okay, this is where if you get a bad training run, you just change the seed, see if it works. Let's do 128. Okay, we've got pointing at the data config, pointing at the model config, giving it a name, place to save checkpoints, how often to save checkpoints, batch size, GPUs, precision, seed. This is pointing at this pack, and this pack. All 3 are using this for the prompts. And one more thing that's kind of important. You know, just a little important. We've gotta give it the actual model itself, huh? Otherwise, we're just training from scratch, and that's gonna be very expensive and probably take like 2 months. We don't want to do that. The entire point is a fine-tune. This looks good. Oh, these docs are so good, and this is like just the bare minimum of it too. Like I know we've got some new stuff here from a couple days ago on like how the autoencoders and configs work and details and different types of encoders. This is all fantastic. I have not had time to read through all of it. Mostly learned the repository by just poking around in it. Like, what are the diffusion models? They're probably here. Oh, look. Here's all the code for the diffusion model. Yeah, read the code. Read the code. It's nice. And it's very easy to navigate. Like, if I want to know where the dataset stuff is, It's probably in the folder called data. Oh look, it is. Very easy to set up, very easy to configure. And I think this is correct. You do try to write legible code. I can tell what is your code and what's not by how much I understand it. Like, this does not look like stuff that you wrote. This does. Anyway, this should be handling all of it. Let's see. It's in the right thing. I do know it sometimes yells at me about like some environment variable not set. Let's try it anyway. 3,200 files. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, I've got overfitting on like 100,000 files, so results may vary. Okay, we've got our link here. Just want to watch the logs, make sure it's all working. This all's normal. It'll yell at you about flash attention, whatever. Do this. It'll tell you how many files again in just a second. This all's normal. We wait. It's processing here. Okay, so it's 1.1 bill. And it's got an EMA copy. It's gonna yell at me about DDP, and okay, we're demoing. So it's gonna run this twice, and then we're gonna go look here. I'm gonna clear output because this is gonna start going. 64 batch size with such a small data set is 25 steps per epoch, which is pretty crazy. I would definitely recommend using like 10 times that much data if you can. But also these are pretty chonk GPUs. Like they have a lot of VRAM. If you're running this on like a A100 or something on Collab, you're probably gonna fit a bit less. Yeah, look, these are at 65 with, and they have to load the model too. So they got the model down here and the data taking up about half. I could probably 128 this and it would be at like 95, something like that. There's no point. So what's happening here? This is the link it gave me. Oh my gosh, we got a demo. Just a reminder what the demo prompts actually are. Open with editor. Okay, first one is a base loop, system malfunction. You can go. That is sure as hell a base loop. This is the first demo. This is the model without the training. Second one is drum loop, acoustic, break. That does not sound acoustic to me. I don't really like that drum. Like, huh? Third one, glitch loop. Certainly glitchy. That is drums. Fourth one is a melody loop, a synth. It's probably gonna start right here. That is a awfully boring synth loop. So far this bass is the best. But this sounds nothing like what it's going to. I've already trained on this pack amongst other things. I know what this is gonna sound like. it's not this. Logs are down here. I do like to add smoothing. STD data is 1.09. That's not bad. It should be basically 1. You don't want it to be like 1.5 or 2 or something. Looks like loss is indeed going down. It should go down like a little bit at the very beginning and then mostly stay flat. Oh, this one up here, yeah, this is super nice. Except it does it to epoch too, so you have to like undo the smoothing on specifically this one. I also find it very fun to make a plot of relative time as well. So I can tell, okay, 40 steps has taken about 250 seconds. These are both epoch, that's kind of redundant. Let's do loss and MSE loss on the same plot. They should be basically the same here. So now I can just leave this screen open on my monitor, go walk away, come back in an hour. This should not be going down that much. If this is like crashing, you've somehow fucked the model completely. I don't know how. Okay, demo every 2000. That's not great. I don't actually want that. So I'm going to kill this. You know, in the interest of just simply having more steps to make it more clear what's going on, I'm going to set that to 32. It could handle 4 times this number. I don't care. Let's do 500 here. I like to demo about twice as often as I save checkpoints. So checkpoint 1000 is fine. 1000 is going to take... That was 2 epochs already. Yeah, this does not need that much training. It really doesn't. So demo every 500. That's good, that's good, that's good. Let's go here. Yeah, this is what the model sounds like from scratch, because I forgot to load the weights. Do you want to... Fair warning, close your ears for this. Someone joined just in time to hear that. Love that. It doesn't sound quite the same as just like blank latents. This is different somehow. I can't really explain it. It's not just shoving noise through the decoder. I don't think we need GPT anymore. It did its job. We're gonna keep this open just to, in case we want to look around it, change some things. Dataset's good. This is good. You know, okay, here's something. Because we're doing this to the dataset, this is wrong. These are actually going to be spaces, so they should not be underscores here. This is what the model is actually going to see. Really quiet? Wait, what's really quiet? Okay. Sure. Cool. You know what? I'm lazy. This is quick. I'm gonna do 250. Demo every 250. Sure, run it again. I could print out the prompt. The issue is it would spam this constantly. You know what? Actually, we're gonna do that. We're gonna go in and edit the library code. We're gonna go down here to sample dataset, load file. We're gonna print file name. And watch what this does. We wait, we wait, we wait. As soon as it goes and does this, I could print it there. I've spent way too many hours in the past few weeks modifying dataset.py, so I'm just used to going immediately there. Let me fix that though, because you're right. It should go in here. Here, except here actually. This will work anyway, so I'm just gonna wait for it and then comment that in case I want it later. Yeah, okay, that's the other fun thing about these sample packs is they are organized. Let me kill this quickly. Okay. They're organized by type. So this will say FX risers. This will say bass. This will say drums, hats, and percussion, right? All of that info makes it into the prompt. Also, why is this not working? Let's just make this shorter for it. Yeah, so this is going to have basses, one-shots. It's going to say one-shot twice in this prompt. It's going to say harmonic, it's going to say D. This is going to be a wavetable. This thing is not going to be good at wavetables ever because of the autoencoder. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in the file structure that this is using in the prompt besides just the file name. Yeah, this is commented out because the thing that was running was still the one that was using the print function in the other dataset.py from the library. Which was not having the replace happen. Which is why I still had those. I didn't realize that for a second. That's the fun thing about this training. Like, you could do it correctly. Most of the time you're not going to do it correctly. You're just going to be like playing with things. What happens if I change this? What happens if I change that? All that kind of stuff. Actually, nope. I still want to print. Like, okay, in theory, we could have just left it to train already. Workspace dataset shouldn't show up in RailPath. Okay, then actually, I want to do something else. Then I want to. Actually, here. Actually, no, I don't need GPT for that. I can use a split. On first slash, and I'm only going to take the first one. Is that how you do it? And then 1 minus 1. So split once at the first slash, and then take the last element. Let me just verify. Is this correct? Dirt. Splits the string at the first, assigns the part of the string after it. Okay, yeah, it did in fact. I did get that right. Because what I don't want is like glitch with friends or a Saphicord community pack. I don't want these folder names to end up in the prompt at any point. I don't know if they will. Actually, I should probably verify that first. Not be a dum-dum. They wouldn't because they're in Dataset JSON-L. Not me saying JSON-L. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, they would... Because it's the relative path from this, right? Yeah, so I didn't actually need that. Okay. Everything after this. Cool. Didn't want him to end up anyway. Yay, more bug fixes. We love bug fixes. Hopefully sometime soon we'll have a bug fix that lets us cache the VAE latents and train on those instead of having to run them through the encoder every single time you do a step. CUDA out of memory? Bruh. Oh, it's because the second GPU got borked. So, restart pod. Nothing ever works first try. Kernel died unexpectedly. Sure, we know that. Let's try it again. Oh gosh, if you think yours is bad, you should see what I came up with. It's not good, but it works. Like, I even made random crop. Random crop crops chunks of the latents. It doesn't pre-randomize the audio before encoding. Yeah. I also thought it was a fantastic idea to just shove the prompts inside the same .pts as the encoded latents, and so it just you basically point it at a folder of PTs, it'll load them, and it contains a prompt and a latents field inside some kind of object. I think it was JSON or something. It works. It's not great. It works. I would never push that to a public repo. It's looking good so far. Okay. These are the prompts we're working with. Do we want .wave at the end of every single one? I don't think so. .wave replaced with nothing. I do like that this has like the main type of sound first and then becomes more and more detailed as it goes later on. I've noticed these things really like to put higher weight towards the first few tokens versus the last ones. So it's like the overall category goes first is good. This looks like a decent collection of terms, right? Yeah, the demo prompts look like this right now. I should probably put basses loops in there. Drums full loops in there. This was a glitch. So I'm just going to put glitch. Except, which means I don't need this one. Actually, you know, I kind of want to see what happens when there's two in there. Melodics. Loops. Synth one. Okay. This looks very much like these, right? It's like the same kind of format. Cool. Now let's comment this so that my instance doesn't completely die. I did not mean to click that. Let me copy like a handful of these just for later use here. I'm going to use those to test overfitting. Glitch prompt has BMP. Yeah, because the original file had BMP. If you check, where was it? BFNK glitch loop. It would have been loops, glitch and noise, BNFK. Okay, see, look, it says BMP, BMP, BMP. These two say BPM. These say BPM. These say BMP. Beats merpin it. Uh-huh. I wonder if this will actually make it more resilient to misspellings. No, you're right. It should be BPM just because statistically it's more likely to be BPM than BMP, even though there is BMP in there. Just curious what that sounds like. It was loop 4. Exactly. I don't need to do natural language augmentation if the person making the sample pack already did it for me via typos. So good. So this is VWhile base loop 04. Let me open that real quick because it sounds cool. Just a sense of what we're training on, because I feel like it's kind of important to know what you're training on, right? System malfunction 002. System malfunction 002. So that's what we're training on. And so this prompt should give us something that sounds kind of like that. You remember from this, that same prompt gave us this. That's what it sounds like before tuning. We're about to find out how much tuning changes it. And now we wait. This is the entire code. Like this right here, this bit of modifying that I didn't even have to do, I just wanted to. Changing these, changing this, and just pointing it at what I uploaded. That's all you have to do. And it takes care of everything else. Compare that to this. Yeah, compare that to this. Like everything here. AudioCraft is such a pain to use compared to this. Do you drop in your input wave files? Yeah. Literally just the sample packs got downloaded directly into Workspace Dataset. So they're just folder structure, wave files. It's assembling the prompt on the go, like this. I could tag these with a tagger and do a lookup using file name, but literally you just, and I don't even have to point it at these individually either. I could just point it at the dataset folder and it would just grab everything in it. But I do like the specificity of having 3 different ones, because they are 3 different datasets in a way. 3 different sample packs. You don't have to do this, but you can. Which is a sentence that I come up with a lot dealing with this repository. It's like, you don't have to do it, but you can. You don't have to include these. Well, except that one. But I can. And it probably makes it better. Let's go check on what this run is doing. This is called, I don't know what run this is. It's the latest one. Wise Fog. Okay. It's going to be the same samples as last time because of the seed. This one's better because we changed the prompt. ID field does nothing. Yeah, it's a name. I mean, look, this barely does anything. Name the dataset in the JSON file where it comments. Yeah. Unless it's like in the path, but you don't want to have to require the name to be in the path, right? You want to be able to optionally, like I could name this something entirely different. I could call this like that if I wanted to. They're not bad samples. They're good samples actually, but maybe I want this. Maybe I just want to call it bad samples for my own sanity. Let's see. What do we do here while we wait? Because we're going to have to wait for... Let's see. It's done 75 steps. 250 over 75 is 3. Okay. Actually, it'd be 75 over 250. I am not always good at math. Yeah, 0.3, never mind, 1 over. So we gotta wait like another 250, 300, 5, 10 minutes, probably 10 to 15 minutes before we get the first demo from the tune. I'm very curious to see where it ends up. These should be flat. Like, flat, right? It's just refining. It's not like an LM where you want it to constantly go down. It's been the same loss since the beginning. It's still learning. Like, it's, if you listen to this versus this, it's night and day difference. So don't trust loss curves on diffusion. They're weird. Like this, who knows what the model could actually be doing. The only time you see it go down is when it's overfitting. It goes down at the very beginning of a train because it's overfitting on music, if that makes sense, as opposed to all other possible noise it could create. If you change what encoder you're using, that also makes it go down all of a sudden. Like, get an example here. This sudden drop was because I switched out the VAE for a different VAE with 4 times the downsampling ratio. I had a 512 to 128 one. This is a 1024 to 64 one. And this bit of dropping was just the model that I'd already trained, putting more steps into learning what the new VAE shape was, really. So it was overfitting to the new one, not overfitting to, like, you know, recreating samples exactly. This... What? Okay. Yeah, normal fitting. You had a way to describe it, like when it's going down, it's overfitting. When it's flat, it's underfitting with style. That is a load-bearing sentence. That has driven a lot of my understanding of how these things work. And the more I interact with them, the more true that thing is. Okay, epoch 3, we're at about 150, so we're 3/5 of the way there. Let's check on VRAM use, 65, cool. It's using 100% of the GPU as it should. All good, it's not an expensive pod. This pod is definitely overkill for what I'm trying to do. You do not need 2 of these. 1 is fine. When the line is going down, it's finding the general size of your latent space. Yeah. Yeah. That's what the sudden drop that I showed a second ago was. If it keeps going down, it's learning too much. Yeah, if it's able to memorize every single sample in your dataset, if your dataset's too small, I'm worried about this dataset being too small. But if it's able to, if it has enough parameters to memorize every sample in something, then your loss is going to go near 0. That's bad. You don't want that. You want it to be roughly flat. Like, this started from the base model that we just got. This right here. Like, this loss right here is the same for this. And adding my samples has not made it go down. It is still learning. Also, LoRa's come in. Ooh, that is a good point. Neural Network has a library that lets you do LoRa training on stable audio tools. If we end up having time, I might try to run that too. I've run it before. I haven't done a proper fine-tune with it. Like, it was mostly just, does this work? And the answer is yes. So we might do that. We'll see. Mostly interested in seeing how this first demo is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be very different from the original. I get to watch number go up. These are such fast epochs. Oh my god. Yeah, this is fast. Imagine if I'd put 128 here. Batch size 128 would be like, yes, each step would be slower, but it would be dealing with 4 times the data per step. So the epoch count with pre-encoded, yeah, I really need to fix my pre-encodings. I've also heard training with a clap goes faster. I don't know how much faster. This is T5 because clap is not the right license. But apparently if you train your own with a clap, it's like significantly faster supposedly. Yeah, that would be nice. I will probably modify them. Let's just listen to this again. Bass sound. Drums. Weird glitch thing. And bad melody. Okay. We're at 240? 240? Okay, we're demoing. I don't know why, but this demo step, TQDM does not like overwriting previous line. It just spams like this all the way down. And I don't know why. Because this works fine. Okay, we wait for that to upload here. When you train a clap on the dataset first, it's faster. Why not? Why do you have to train the clap? Can't you use stock clap? Shouldn't there be no speed difference between stock clap and a custom clap? Hello, refresh. Stock clap is not good. Yeah. I made a tagger with it, and if you look at the outputs of that tagger, it's like, it's fun. I would not train on that. Okay, demo time. We ready? Original bass. New bass sound. Okay, it learned that it should go faster. It has not got the tone yet. This is supposed to be a drums loop. That's a sick drums loop. It's killing it already. This thing learns drums way faster than anything else. This should be... What was it, a glitch? Yeah, glitch loop. It's certainly it's got the drum loop characteristic, like the pattern here, but it is definitely glitchier. And the last one is synth loop. This looks way better than this already. Okay, it likes going really fast. Latent claps. Oh boy, I've put a lot of thought into that. I've not tinkered. Okay, so it's like clearly starting to get the sense of the data set. It has not like really got it nailed down. How to put it? I know what this is gonna end up sounding like because I've done this training before. Let me actually try to find an example of what I mean. I have a bunch in Discord. Maybe I can just play one. That's an output. Hello? Yeah, this here. And that was prompted like this, right? So that's kind of the same idea here. This is what it's going to end up sounding like once it's properly trained. Another cool part about this, once you've like written all this stuff once and you want to train another model, you have this notebook here already. You're like, okay, actually I want to use this other config instead. So you duplicate this, edit it, point it at model config 2, maybe dataset 2, because you're training on different things. But all of this is reusable. Like this same thing will train from scratch. It'll train the fine-tuned model. This is just straight from the repository. This is straight from the example configs in the repo. This is same deal. It's all here. Configs. Okay, so stable audio open config did not get in here yet. I don't know if it's meant to eventually. But it's on Hugging Face anyway. It's right here. You do have to put in your email, whatever. Dataset attribution is good. I have not looked in these, but it's not particularly important to what I'm doing here. You know, I'm kind of tempted to just let this severely overfit, like train overnight or something on so few samples and just see how badly overfit it is in the morning. Either way, I've got stuff to play with for office hours. I've got 2 models now. Actually, this will be the 3rd, yeah. They're all sample models. The other 2 are 10 seconds. This one is 5. The other ones had 100 and 300,000 samples each. This one has 3,000. So, like, a solid 2 orders of magnitude fewer samples on this one. It'll be interesting how fast this one trains, actually, because a lot of people, like, ask, like, oh, how much data do you need for something like this? Well, how much are you okay with it overfitting? How much can you get? Oh, I have like 200 samples. That's gonna overfit like instantly. Do you need 10,000? Probably not. So it's somewhere in the middle. 3,000 seems like Like, I would recommend people probably, I don't know, 1 to 5,000. I wouldn't really want to go smaller than that, just because this thing learns really fast. This has so much more latent knowledge than something like dance diffusion, where you can get away with training it on like 100 samples. This thing's smarter. This thing's a way more capable model. It will overfit. You will need lots more data. If we can get good samples out of this thing in times. Yeah, the conditioning does make it more targeted. It's like, how many possible things are you gonna get for drums and hats percussion PO32 other odd logic PO32 wub number 42.wave? That is not going to make a pad ever. One thing that's kind of fun is generating prompts for these. You could like list out your file, like list out in here everything in your dataset and train a text model on it. You can just do naive retrieval, just grab a prompt from your dataset, maybe from a text file of all the file names, and just generate that. If you're looking for like high fidelity, not trying to prompt engineer too much. Stuff like GPT never understands these file name formats ever. Like, you try to make stuff that looks like this, and it's gonna make like the most generic thing you've ever heard. So it's a lot better like train a text model on these. I would just train TextGen RNN, but I've had issues with that recently because it's using like an ancient version of Torch because it's from like 2015 or something. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, 6 years ago. We have much better tech, but this is just so dumb simple and so few parameters, it's not really going to overfit. It could be a good use case for GPT-2, actually. Do I have a collab for GPT-2 training? GPT-2? I do, in fact. I cannot show that right now. Clear outputs. Clear outputs. It's literally these two cells. That's all you need. Like, you give it a file names.txt, you click run, you click run. This is just a transformers wrapper. It's not doing anything fancy. I copied this from somewhere. I have no clue where I copied it from. But it's literally just you run this. So I could actually do that. I don't want to interrupt the training in order to bounce all the... Ooh, another demo. Yeah, I don't really work in text model space either. Like, I know that, like, everyone else seems to have done, like, fancy fine-tunes of, like, some llama or, like... What's the stability text model again? The really tiny one that's, like, 1.5B or something? Training that thing. Stable LM. Yeah. That one. Just something tiny, like an 8B, 7B model is way too big for this. Unless you're making some fancy instruct dataset. Or somehow trying to wire it directly into the conditioning, which you could do. I just don't see why. Actually, I do see why, but not with this model. doing that in reverse is how you got Lark. Okay, we should have another demo here. We do have another demo here. So it's getting the like color basey timbre here. It is definitely struggling with the rhythm. That is going to be a later thing for it to pick up. Drums loop. So I can tell this is latent knowledge from this checkpoint and not the finetune, because this says, where is it? This says acoustic, right? I happen to know, internal error, the drum loops that he made are not acoustic. Well, this one is, it doesn't sound very acoustic at all. At least not in the way that this does. This sounds like studio recording. This doesn't. So it's like, it doesn't have to move the model very much to turn that into this. And so it's just being lazy and not doing that, because this can get close enough. And so it's like putting all that work into stuff like this, where it like has to change from like to, right? It's a lot further away from than this is from this. Right? Glitch loop, it still looks like drums. Let's see if it's drums. Ooh, okay, it's breaking out of the drums loop into more glitches. That's starting to sound like a usable synth loop. This is like night and day difference from this, right? I don't think I'd be able to use that. I can use this. Right? I am so used to like waiting days for like DAC to train or something like that, that like being able to do this real time is kind of crazy. But like, again, I told you this thing trains beautifully. Like, you give it the stuff, I can just sit here and yap at you guys while it trains, and it does it fast enough that you can hear this. Right? If I had like 10 times the data, right, it would be slower. It would probably be more generalized. I have a feeling this might overfit a little bit. It clearly isn't yet. It hasn't like got the basics quite. Stuff like this, I wish I could see like 10 billion different loss graphs. I love staring at loss graphs, even if they're meaningless. Like, let me show the ones for the, this is how many different loss graphs there are for the autoencoder training. It's very different. Yeah, knowing when to stop this. That's why I did, that's why I did checkpoints every 1,000. I'm thinking this even might be too... Because that would be 4 demos per checkpoint, right? Because it's at 250. 4 demos per checkpoint. We're at 3. Yeah, we're at like 600 steps. We're 60% of the way to the first checkpoint. So... honestly, it's probably going to be like the first, maybe second, maybe third checkpoint before it starts to overfit. Probably the second. So this is like, should probably watch this. Also, see what I mean about the steady loss? It's just flat, but it's clearly learning. Don't pay attention to the loss. It doesn't mean shit. This does. Listen to these. But yeah, I just wish there was like a bunch of shit like this to look at for the diffusion models. Like stuff like this. Stuff like these. These are really cool. I'm not sure how much of that is available, but in the absence of all of these, use your ears, dude. Okay, we're on Epoch 13 already. Super fast. This has cost, like, for all of this. Actually, I don't know because this is also running, but it has cost, like, just a couple of dollars for more compute than this thing ever could have needed. Checking Discord really quick. It's funny how the audio community is like accepting use your ears as the metric, and all of the language model people are still stuck on, oh, it gets 0.2% higher on MMLU, so it's clearly better. Huh? Have you tried using it? But yeah, if you're an artist, if you have a bunch of samples, your own, your friends, stuff you've collected, like, okay, I'm not sharing this, like, Checkpoint, because the data, I don't have the rights to. It's the glitch.cool packs and my friends and I, the one that we made. The latter one, I'm pretty sure I could get away with distributing. I don't know about glitch.cool, so I'm probably not going to distribute it. If you're training on a bunch of... you could... I am not saying this, but you could train on your splice samples. Look, as long as the model doesn't get out, who's going to hurt you, right? Train on whatever you've got. Don't share whatever you've got. If you're trying to share the model... tune it on your own samples. Your own music, even. But yeah, you should definitely try to train one of these on, like, your entire sample library and just see what you get out of it. Try random prompts. Some of them have, like, cool rhythm patterns, cool melody patterns. You can pitch them, you can slice them, you can granulate them. I should probably do a, Glitch.cool is CC licensed? That, good point. You did release the Dance Diffusion packs trained on it. Maybe it is releasable, who knows? Either way, I'm gonna also run through the unwrapping and exporting the checkpoint, and then probably loading it in Gradio too. You did get the community's unanimous consent on releasing? Yeah, that's where I'm at with the Safi one, right? Like, I know most of the people who made it, they're fine with it. It's a free freaking pack. Anyway, what I was gonna say is, like, training it is about half of it, and the other half of these models is, like, using them. And I should honestly probably do an entirely separate stream on that. Like, taking some of these outputs from, you know what, fuck it, from this model that we're training right now, and then try making a track out of it. Because there's just so many ways to use these samples. You can do audio to audio, you can use them as reference samples, you can process the shit out of them. I just kind of want to make a track where the entire point is just to use as many of these little tricks as possible. Yay, new demo. This has become, listen to Lyra pontificate about AI music while we wait for more demos. Training it was that easy. Like, it did not take that much to get this set up. Come on, demo. Come on. Usually takes a minute for these. Hello? Fine. Full refresh. These are starting to look really consistent. Those are snares. You can tell those are snares because they're so fat. You can tell these are consistent 16th notes because they're just going da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, okay. I figured out the timing there at least. It still needs to get better at melody. But these things really like roughing out the sound before getting to melody, right? Like, they'll make the overall shape of a sound out of just noise. And then they'll get the noise to the right frequency range, even timbre. They might bring in some pitch. But it's only, like, later on in the training that it really, like, understands pitch and, like, especially when to change notes. I have noticed Diffusion struggles with that a bit. That is why drums go faster? Yes, because all it is shaping noise. And that's how these things start. Which is why this is going to probably sound pretty dang perfect already. Hell yeah. Versus this hasn't figured out the melody. Kind of worried about the synth loop at the end there. Third one's glitch. That's a bass loop. That is not a glitch. But hey, happy accidents. That's why we love these things. Sampling that and using it as like a noise sub, I guess. I also noticed there's this little gap after each one because most of the samples are like, what, 2 bars long? And this is like slightly longer than that. This is cutting off the sample. Yeah, see, it's figuring out melody. I set the timing conditioning to 5 seconds. I did set the timing conditioning to 5 seconds. Okay, look. Not entirely my fault. I was gonna set this to 5 seconds before you told me to set it to 262144. Let's change these to 6, though, just so that if we decide to run this again, it'll be proper. I mean, it would have worked. It would have worked, it would have rounded it, but you're right about 128 latents being a nice number. I very much appreciate having things being nice round numbers. Well, let's see what we can get out of here. Just looking at this. Spiky stuff. This is a melody loop. You can tell it isn't drums because it's not got any of the white noise going up here. These are all of these spiky lines up are drums. Those are snares. I wish this had more low end, like clarity. Because like most of the entire top 2/3 of it is like the same, except for like kind of where the high end cutoff is. And like this is where so much of it happens. Maybe I'll send Scott a pull request or something. I already did to let you resize these, but which I've used to great effect in my little Discord bot thingy that I use to run this. Yeah, I have a little Discord bot that I've been running these things on. It's very fun. It makes weird sounds. That's just a fun way of using it. You can throw it in a bot. You can use the Gradio interface that comes with it. I've actually, fun fact, never used the Gradio interface on this. I've just copied the code out of it and used that directly. Like, I would copy, like, all of this. Yeah. Perhaps that's why I haven't gotten audio to audio working on just raw Python. I don't know what I have to fix there, but something. Generate LM. Oh. I remember that. Bunch of Gradio stuff. Audio encoder process. Diffusion prior process. Yeah, you don't actually have to import anything except these. These will import everything else you need. Init noise level and init audio. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I tried doing, but it set both of those, and then it basically just gave me silence every single time. This was with a custom model that I'd trained from scratch, that was only partly baked. I don't know if that would have anything to do with it. Kind of guessed it like alphas and sigmas and all those. Apparently you're supposed to find good values for those. I don't know what good values are for those. So I just set it to 1,000 and hoped it worked. Then I set it to 70 when it didn't work, and it still didn't work. So I just kind of, I'll figure it out at some point. But I would love to shove this thing into a bot that lets you also upload audio. Is there anything else cool that we can do here? Not knowing universal values for the sigmas. Yeah. And that's why you need 250 freaking steps here. I set it to 100 and you're like, no, needs to be higher. Which is funny because using, oh, what's the sampler? I think it was K, I have it over here. K DPM PP2S Ancestral. I can get good stuff out of that in like 20 steps. Not great stuff, you need at least 50 for that. But I can get like okay stuff in 20 steps. And that was with a Sigma Max at like 50. I have no idea how optimal that is for my model. Could be okay at 100 with the pre-trained model. Yeah, I hear that. I figure, I didn't want to mess with the defaults too much for this specific train because the whole point of it is like get off the ground, show people kind of how the training process looks. I could totally change this to 100. I also kind of wanted it to just sound good right out of the box so that hopefully people will want to use it, you know? Yeah, I don't know the math either. I'm just playing Legos with datasets. And I watched the 3 blue 1 brown Transformers video. Surprising how much mileage that can get you, just reading, like reading every line of code in here. Like, I do not have an intuition at all for how this thing like is using the cross attention under the hood. I know it's a transformer doing look back onto different sources. Could be like other stuff it's made. It could be like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how diffusion transformers work. I know how transformers work in language models, but zero intuition for diffusion transformers, but they're supposedly good. So I throw data at it, and it works, and I'm happy. Could you do lyrics conditioning with this? Yes, you could do lyrics conditioning with this. I am not going to do lyrics conditioning with this. It would involve, like, here where you give it the prompt, you'd have to give it another one of these where you paste in the lyrics. And then you'd have to do some weird other stuff. I'm very not sure. Theoretically possible, I'm not doing it. Figure it out. Ooh, new demo. Okay, already on epoch 20. I think at this point it saved a checkpoint. Let's go look. Actually, that takes forever to load for some reason. I don't know why this file browser hates me. It just does. It never loads anything. Let's listen to the demo. Demo 1009. That looks like quarter notes. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. This has got some of that nice, like, ching. Like, you could use that as a... You could use that sample directly. Just slice that out, fade the end a little bit, throw on some reverb, spam it. See how the drums are. So this is going down ever so slightly, but look at the margin of error. Like, it's effectively not. This sounds like it's 140. All of these sound like they're 140. Which makes sense. A lot of the training data was 140. Glitch loop. That is starting to sound like a glitch loop. The melody loop is, like, okay. I've noticed this model takes a fat minute to learn melody. If you want to get good melodic loops out of it, you're probably going to need to give it, like, a lot of data. Like, it really likes to hold on to one note and just spam that one note in different patterns. Because guess what? It learned that doing that is a good idea from drums and bass loops, which is what most of this is. I could ask for one-shots too. I have no interest in wasting, like, this much of the file to generate one little impact here. I would probably set the sample length to, like, heck, half a second. 32767 maybe for one-shots. I don't think it would yell at me that much about that. Higher CFG increases the one-noteness. Yeah, this is 7. Let's look at what CFG 4 is up to. Well, that's worse. Drum loops mostly the same. I liked 7 better. Glitch loop is a glitch loop. Yeah, that is already a more interesting melody loop than this one. It is, like, ever so slightly different. But the chords in the background are doing a different thing. Like, this already sounds so different from this. When I say fine-tuning is night and day difference, that's what I mean. Right? Fine-tune this. Don't just use the base model. Throw your own stuff into it. It will be so much more useful to you Don't judge it at face value. It's like having a houseplant, right? You ignore the houseplant, you just buy it from Home Depot and put it in the window and like don't touch it. It's not going to be that great. You put a shit ton of care into it, it's going to flourish, right? Treat your models the same way. Put effort into them. Train them. Like, spend hours curating your data. Label your loops. Like, the more you can do manually, the better this is going to be. I don't have time to manually label, like, thousands of files. But if I manually label, like, 200 of them, I'm still going to get a better model than if I just pretended like it's going to figure it all out, right? Everything is data. What's that one quote from the OpenAI guy? It was like, let me try to find it. Dun 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 has image. Scroll way down. Anyway, the gist of the quote was like, yeah, the it in the AI models is the data set. It, from what I remember, it's like the architecture choice, the optimizers, the learning rate, the configuration, none of that matters. You get, like, all of it's good at this point. Doesn't matter if it's transformer, doesn't matter if it's diffusion. Each of them have their things that you get for free. Each of them has their struggles. Both of them can do nearly perfectly if your data is good. They're models. They're called models for a reason. They're modeling your data. You want good output, you put in good data. If you put in bad data, you're gonna get bad output. It's modeling the data you put in. People don't like zoom out and see it at that level enough. Also, most stock music and sound effects are just bad. Like, Open 1.0 is the same architecture as 2.0? Yeah. Well, with the exception of T5 versus Clap, but that doesn't matter. Because whatever differences in dataset are going to way outperform whatever differences in configuration. Also, look at the loss. It's going down. Kind of just waiting for one of these demos to make something that's actually, like, usable immediately. Out of these, I would probably use, like, this drum loop. More specifically, I would crop out that much of it and just loop that much, so that I don't have to worry about this weird, like, hiss at the beginning. So I would just, like, crop this, make a loop, right? I would probably be able to use that. I would probably be able to use some parts of this glitch. And I would probably be able to use, like, individual hits in this. And that's already 3 samples out of just the demos, right? Could make a song with just that. I would probably want a pad too, but I didn't use a pad in my demo prompts. Speaking of, let's freaking add one. Why not? Number of demos? 5, because we're adding one. Let's see. What's a good pad in here? Melodic pads. Let's do that, I guess. Melodics pads. So now if I reran this, it would also make a pad, so it would make 5 total. I'm not going to rerun this because, well, it's doing just fine. You want to rerun it? You can rerun it. But the point is you can like add as many of these demos as you want. I've run like 8 before. If you really hate yourself, go click through these and try to understand them. I have no clue what's going on here. Like, that's kind of interesting, but what does that mean, right? Probably nearing the end of the stream, honestly, unless I want to like make a song or something out of it. Because like we've gone through like all the training stuff. You want to do other stuff with this? Go ask Zach. He knows this thing way better than I do. He wrote it. But this will get you started. And like honestly, questions are great, tutorials are great. You want to know what you're doing? Just play with it. What happens if you change this? What happens if you change that? It's really easy to get running. It's really easy to stop and restart. It is not expensive to train. And it's fast. So just tinker with it. Throw different data sets at it. You're probably going to end up spending more time curating data set than you will training by like orders of magnitude if you want a good model. Like I could sit through, don't assume any of this code is law. Yeah. Just because you can do it like this doesn't mean you have to do it like this. I mean, in just these, there's only so much you can change. If you want to waste a lot of time and money and train your own autoencoder and replace this with it, sure, go ahead. It's probably going to be pretty terrible. But you can. And then it'll take like a few hundred steps to adapt to the new latent space and you're all good. Speaking of, I feel like everybody who's been paying attention to what I'm doing has seen this. If you haven't, just like spend an hour staring at it. This is what it's generating. It's generating these. You have a good sense of what these do? Doing too. It's also fun to do checkpoint surgery. You can like, where is it? Here, I think. I'll just get interface. Like you load everything, right? And then you can print the checkpoint state dict. You can edit it. You can reload it. You can just do weird shit with it. See what's inside of it. This checkpoint here has the autoencoder's weights inside of it. I think the key is pre-transform. I'm not sure. It's been a while. And then this is the this is the config for that. I think there's also ones here. Not scripts. Here. Stable audio 2.0. Yeah. This is the... Is this the same? Yeah, that's the same. So if you wanted to, you could like extract the autoencoder weights from the model, save them as their own checkpoint, try to load them into this, and fine-tune the autoencoder if you want. It won't be very useful because the autoencoder is already great, but you can do that. Play with things. It's fun. If you just want to make music with this, fucking fantastic. That's what it's built for. I forgot. Did we get a new demo? We did get a new demo. Could be worth fine-tuning the decoder for some data sets. Yeah. Especially electronic. I've noticed, like, a lot of encoders are not great at electronic sounds, especially like a super spectrally high end, like anything by volume. I want to listen to this, though. It's very interesting. This is generating longer than the 5 seconds I told it. I wonder if it's reloading this. No, it's not. It's just being a dork and generating outside of the seconds total that you told it, because sometimes it's like that. You can go over here. I do not need you anymore. Oh, that's the other thing. It loves making this like high pitch. Yeah, the end there. You want to know how we know if it's overfitting? We're using demo prompts from this. So let's just go check what the training data is that we're prompting for. Acoustic break 102. Acoustic break 102, that's this. So this is what it's generating. This is the original. It's generalizing, but it's also maybe overfitting. Let's check the base loop. It's system malfunction 002. This. Yeah, it doesn't have the dot 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 pattern. But it's trying with these little stutters at the end, even though it's just doing quarter notes. Oh, and it loves doing that. It can never decide whether it's in a minor key or major key. Minor, major. Yeah, it's probably starting to get into overfitting territory at this point. It saved a checkpoint here, and this was the best stuff we got. So maybe I do kill it here. So that was about 1,000 steps. 1,000 steps started to get way less mileage. Let's see. Now we have to actually use the checkpoint. Let's see what's inside checkpoints. That. Okay. Let's see what's inside that. Okay, it's that. Let's see what's inside this. Checkpoints folder, always is. Paste. Okay, so yeah, it only saved this one CKPT, so full path to it is going to be this. I'm going to close these. I don't need them anymore. Yeah, that's the checkpoint path. Okay, now we have to unwrap this. Let's unwrap this. In order to unwrap it, guess what? It tells you how right here. So let's just copy the demo, because copying the demo. I'm going to use the same format. Command equals parentheses. Command does not actually equal parentheses, but that's fine. We should also go into here so that the scripts actually work. we're seeing this the whole way. Like, unwrap model.py. So you have to pass it the model config so it knows what it's actually looking for. You have to pass it the checkpoint for obvious reasons. You give it a name, which is basically what it names the new file. So I'm going to call it stable audio open glitch cool safrecord dot 1000 steps dot. I don't need to put ckbt, it does that. This right here, the wrapped checkpoint, this is this. This checkpoint has a whole bunch of stuff. It has the EMA copy. It has like learning rates. It has a whole bunch of stuff that the actual training state that we do not need to infer. So to actually make everything work, we have to take that out. This does that. I have to give it the same model config, checkpoint path. This looks good. This looks good. You definitely did miss all the fun. We have a trained checkpoint now. It sounds like this. Fortunately, I told YouTube to save the VOD, so guess what? You have a rewind button. Might hang around more for like other reasons, but I'm just trying to get the checkpoint out right now. So we run this. This does take VRAM because it has to load the model. Dun, 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 dun. We should see that dot checkpoint show up here. Or actually, no, it'll show up here because we went there. We wait and we wait and we wait. If you try to not do this and do that, then it's gonna die because it can't find an INI file. Let me show you what I mean. Yeah. So that's the checkpoint. That's our fine tune right there. Right here. I'm gonna download it. While this is downloading, it's 4.5 gigabytes. Let's see what happens when we don't give it the defaults. It should just insta-die. Or maybe that's this that insta-dies. Yeah, I think it's this that insta-dies. One fun thing that would be interesting to do with this is train on stems. Okay, yeah, so this works fine without it. This dies unless you have a default. That folder name is that there. I'm just gonna look at this again. This is flat. Right around here, it kind of, this looks overfitty. It's a lot of epochs. It did how many epochs before 1,000? So 1,020 epochs. This all looks good. It took about the first 500 or so before the learning rate was most of the way up. Zooming in closer. Yeah, okay. This is definitely like overfitting a little bit. Loss should not be going down consistently like that. But guess what? The data set was 3,200 samples. That is too small. It's gonna overfit if you have like less than 5,000. I wonder, let's see, how you run Gradio from this. Inference scripts? Where did it say inference scripts? There, that's not what I wanted. I think, because if you look in here, there's rungradio.py, right? Oh, you like weights and biases graphs? Wait, let me show you. Me too, especially when they have a shit ton of stuff in them. And nothing has more shit tons of stuff than this. Look at all these loss graphs. Overall length of each sample matters. It's not training. So let's look at the dataset config again. It's not doing that. We'll worry about Gradio later. There's dataset. This. So it's only grabbing train some RVQ ones. You get 2 more. Oh my gosh. Yes, but you also get instability. But anyway, if you're training on 3-minute samples, this is only going to take the first, it's only going to take the first that many samples out of each one. If you set this to true, then it's going to grab this many random samples from the entire length. Change unwrap model to run Gradio. Okay. So this is only training on the beginning. I only fed it samples, so that's fine. If you're training on songs, this should be way higher. This should be closer to what it was originally. I changed this. And this, I mean, that's up to you. Experiment. It will take a lot more VRAM if you're training on longer stuff, and it will train slower. But it's only grabbing this much per step, which is about 6 seconds. So let me copy this right here. So this, instead of unwrap model, it's supposed to be run Gradio, right? And then the checkpoint path should not be this anymore. It should be this. Copy path / paste. Okay, does it need name? Does better without random cropping if you're training. Yeah, you probably don't want the first 47 seconds of your song. And because it has timing conditioning, you can do random crop and you can ask for the last. No, it doesn't need name. I figured not. Anything you ever do with this repository, you always need a config and you always need a checkpoint. That's it. If you have a checkpoint but no config, good luck. If you have a config but no checkpoint, you're about to spend a whole bunch of money. Is there like a share true with this Gradio? I haven't checked. Did a username, password, model half? I don't see a share. Oh, it's just always shared. Okay, sweet. So we run it. Yeah, everything else I've done defaults to share false. And so I always look. Creating model from config. No flash attention. This is all normal. I might leave this link up for a bit. I don't know. If I do, I might move it to a... Well... Oh my gosh, guess what? What is with people wanting to turn off the share thing? Dude, nobody's ever gonna brute force a Gradio link. That's just too much entropy. Maybe these are the type of people who are like, I will never use external compute for anything ever. I have to have it running locally. Like Gradio analytics. Okay, I can imagine that. They just don't want trackers. Let's see what we can do here. Sigma max, let's do 1,000. Why not? Copy the pads prompt because we didn't get it earlier. Seconds total 6. Prompt that. Seed -1, 100 steps. Sure. Dun, 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 dun. Done. That got cut off pretty suddenly because it was training from the beginning of a pad, and I'm pretty sure most pad samples are longer, in fact, than 6 seconds. What happens if I set this to 18 seconds? It was not trained or fine-tuned on longer. No? No, it doesn't want to do that. Never mind. So it doesn't go outside of that. It'll be capped at 6 seconds unless you fine-tune with longer. If I was doing a pads model, I would probably give it much more. Let's do drums. I want to hear more of these bass loops. Yeah, it's making the first 6 seconds of an 18-second pad. Yeah. Let's set config to 25. Why the fuck not? That has a more like gritty, metallic almost texture. Let's set it to like 2. Malfunction. Yeah. Okay, that's sick as hell. Okay. Maybe this wants lower config, actually. Does it tell me the seed? It does tell me the seed. Try dropping Sigma max. Yeah, it was 500 as default. I just set it to 1,000. Not great. I mean, if I want that to be better, there's only one way to make it better, and it's to go find more color-based loops. Or maybe pre-train on color-based songs and then train on loops so that it can use the latent knowledge from how color-based songs are. Just more data. I wonder what the opposite of this is. I've noticed sometimes negative prompt will actually prompt towards it. Okay, so the opposite of a color-based loop is like a bassy whoosh sound. Let me try just some simple dumb prompts. House drums. Config, I don't know, 5? It's a very weird loop. Error? Error invalid literal for int with base 10. Oh, -1. Those are house drums. They're not great house drums. Let's do dubstep drums. That sounds like a stock loop. Let's try IE dubstep drums. I mean, I could probably genre tag these. That's a 6 snare, though. fill Tom 140. I should probably capitalize stuff because that is not a Tom fill. Still cool. Weird seed bug, int 32 out of bounds. So if the seed was over about 2.1 billion, yeah, I see. Pull latest version of the repo. Yeah. I started this from scratch. I did a fresh install from latest version today, just so that whatever code I have here is guaranteed to be up to date. Disclaimer, if you're watching this in the future, very high chance it could be broken. This repo changes a lot. Missed the first part of this. How's the VRAM cost to do local fine tunes? I'm running this on two A6000s. They have 48 gigabytes of VRAM each. I set it to 6 seconds in the sample length. When I did that, I was able to fit batch size 32 in about half of the VRAM. I've run this before with like proper measurements, and what I remember from that is if you have one GPU, it's going to take 27.6 gigabytes of VRAM. So actually, you know what? We can find that out right now. Let's do the absolute minimum requirements. Batch size 1, num GPUs 1. This is a shorter fine tune, yes. It will take way more VRAM to do the full 47 seconds. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Okay. Restart the pod just to make sure everything's at 0. We're gonna measure VRAM. Yeah, so this is a thing. You can use LoRa with this. We got a rank 8 one training in 8 gigabytes of VRAM. I have a screenshot of it successfully training with this on a base model 3070. Rank 8 is not a very high rank. It's not going to change that much. I would probably do like 32 or 64. You do a 1.5 second... Dude, use Dance Diffusion at that point. That's like 3 latents. Make sure this is at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Cool. I'm going to pull this out here so we can watch this. Remember, 100% is 48 gigabytes. So... batch size 1, GPUs 1. Run. And we're going to watch this. So this is basically the minimum system training requirements. Whatever runs here. And like I didn't do any like half precision or anything like that. This is just the model. Straight stock. I'm sure there's ways to speed this up. Wait till the Stable Diffusion people get their hands on it. They'll be cooking. Hi, Gek. maybe I need to keep the stream going. Everyone's showing up now. We already trained it. The fact that it took probably like 30-40 minutes to train it, it's not a secret. I put it on Twitter. But it took like 30-40 minutes to train. Okay, this is doing half an... Okay. Refresh. This usually takes a second to catch up. Maybe shrink and open again. Yeah, I want to see if this can fit in a 3090. Sub 5-10 seconds. Yeah, that's what we just made. You'll get way better performance out of that than anything we did here. With a longer model. Why is it reporting 0 GPU? That is just simply wrong. Hello? Aw, you're welcome. I'm just having fun with this at this point. It's still reporting 0. That is really weird. I'm gonna hard refresh. Still 0? Why is it 0? Okay, new notebook, NVIDIA SMI. What does this say? Uh, 26.7. So that's the VRAM. That's how much it's using for batch size 1. 6-second sample length. 1 GPU. 26.7. Which is slightly too high for a 3090 by like 3 gigabytes. So if anyone can get any kind of performance improvement out of that, like I don't know if removing the EMA model is a good idea, probably not. But you get any kind of performance improvement, it'll be able to fit on a 3090. But as it stands, even with batch size 1, it does not fit on a 3090. You're going to need an A100, something with like 40 gigabytes. Try out a mini version, like 700 mil. Because this is like 1.1B, right? Yeah, it's 1.1B. I feel like 700 mil. Maxing out all 96 gigs VRAM with the 6-second samples. Okay, you know what? Let's send it the other direction. Both GPUs, 128 batch size. Clear cell output. Restart pod. And a smaller autoencoder. Yeah. 300 mil? What's Music Gen Small again? I feel like Music Gen Small was in like the 700 range, I think. You need to upgrade your GPU. So, yeah, I only have this. I can barely run anything in AI because this fucker only has 8 gigs. So anything like this that I have to do, I can infer this locally. Just barely. But anything fancy, I have to go pay these guys money and they give me GPUs. It's a fantastic trade deal. Why do we have 12 viewers now? We like already trained it. Maybe I'll have to train it again. Music Gen Small is 400 mil. Yeah. I think medium is like 1.5 and then large is 3.3. Like Music Gen large is like way oversized and way undertrained. I don't understand why they chose 3.3 bill. Then again, language models in general are just way bigger than like diffusion models. Stable diffusion is tiny. This is tiny. Yeah, we're gonna full send this with 128 batch size and just see what happens. Scaling to 2.2 bill dit. Yeah. See, the thing is, if you these things seem like they use their parameters really, really efficiently, and that means that if you scale it up to like twice the size, 2.2 bill, you're gonna need like some amount more data. I don't know if it's simply double the data or if it's like an order of magnitude more data or something like that. But like you're going to need more data in order to actually effectively use those parameters. And heck, even this model is undertrained. Like I've never seen a single music generator model that is not undertrained. Imagine what the research model could do if it had 4 times the compute. Never miss a note. Community will get it down. Community already figured out this. That's an improvement, right? This is just, they have to get something out now so that we can start tinkering with it, right? Because like the sooner we get anything out, right, the more people can play with it. Like I wouldn't be able to do this right here if they were still like hiding the model under wraps optimizing, right? Claiming that Dion's repo is more VRAM efficient. Does that even use this code? I thought it was only dance diffusion. Yeah. Come on. Please. 128 batch size. Oh my god, it's working. 33.2. Oh my gosh. This... It's like batch size doesn't matter. Let's do something ridiculous. 1024, right? Don't know if he has plans to. Yeah, I feel like this is an entirely new, like, it's an entirely new model, entirely different architecture, entirely different code, entirely different, like, interface. We probably need an entirely new, like, front end for it, too. The Gradio is good. People will want to customize the hell out of it. Let's see if this even works. It's doing the third. If this doesn't OOM, it's doing a third of the data set per step. I think it will, though, because I forgot to reset this. Since we're doing tests, we don't care about the demos. I'm going to change the demo steps down to 50. They're going to sound terrible, that's fine. Restart. What's the highest possible batch size we can get? Gradio is what you use to test? I mean, I'm so used to it at this point, just being able to drag stuff in from this. Also, whatever is running research needs to update the Gradio library. This is a very new interface. Okay, it looks like it's loaded now. We wait. It died. We run it again. There we go. Yeah, it is a bit weird. There's no right-click download. This is kind of cool, but like, not really. Yeah, makes sense. Watch, next thing we know, you're gonna be forcing an old version of Gradio in the repo requirements itself. Tried playing audio and then using your arrow keys to move around the text box. Bro, what is this? New sound design glitch just happened. But I was highlighted on this. Can they not do a simple, like, is this in focus check? Where if you click anywhere else, it unfocuses? Like, is it that hard? This is so weird. Sorry for your ears. Put that in the next training pack. I mean, it already does take just a few clicks to fine-tune. Most of what I spent my time on was just getting the data ready, honestly. You should tell them about that. That should be fixed. It shouldn't have been there in the first place, but since it is, it should be fixed. One-click install. We do need a one-click install. As I talked about way earlier in the stream, the problem is dataset format. Everyone is used to a different dataset format. And they're gonna likely have a fit when their particular pet dataset format doesn't work. Like, I remember with like the early music gen stuff, it was a pain in the ass getting people to not do the whole text file containing prompt named same thing as audio file because of the community trainer. Okay, well, the fact that this is working yeah, I'm pretty sure batch size is entirely irrelevant to this model. Yeah, I'm doing 3 steps per epoch right now. I've batch size 1024 on 3200 files. And it's taking up 35 out of 48 gigabytes. So I literally could do the entire data set in one step. 1024 per GPU. Right. So it's basically doing 2/3. Okay. Finally it died. Okay, so that's 1024 is too big. 512 binary search. But the point is, you can send that number way high. You can send it to like, it was working fine at 128 and using like, what, 32 gigs? Versus 26 with a batch size of 1. 32 minus 26 is 6. So an extra 127 batch size led to an extra 6 gigs VRAM. 6 over 128 over 6 is 21. Okay, so it very rough math. Every 21 batch size adds 1 gig VRAM. Your mileage may vary, as always. for anyone who missed the rest, this is literally the entire training code. You clone the repo. You write this thingy where you point it at your dataset config, your model config, and your checkpoint. And you click run. Model config looks like this. I changed that. And I changed these. Dataset looks like this. I just pointed it at what I uploaded. And then there's this, which figures out the prompts for everything. That's it. All of these are in the what's it called? Configs folder. There's examples here. I just copied the examples. Literally copied them. Super easy to get running. Didn't complain at me once until I tried to give it 1,000 batch size. Yeah, so this is working fine. It already did a step. It's going to do another one in a second. And that should be using most. Yeah, 43 out of 49. So it looks like I've got an upper limit of a batch size of about 512, which is ridiculous. Don't do that. On A6000s. Will I put together a collab showing how to do training? It's literally just this. Because the thing is, it's not like you have to write a bunch of code to make it work, like passing in a bunch of params like this. These are pretty fixed. The thing is, you have to go edit files like this, right? And editing files is not something that writing a collab is going to be very good for. I would basically have to build these as a string and save them to a file. And that's going to be more annoying for the user than just, you know, saving this, 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 and this, and then just pointing this at them, right? This is the collab. Everything visible here is the collab. The special sauce is in this, this, and this. There's no reason to train anymore at that batch size. So I'm just going to run the Gradio again, because why not? How did I name these prompts? I looked at the training data. So this thing here. Okay, let's look at the default prompts, right? Default prompts look like this. Okay. These aren't going to work well with my data set because I'm using file name. So I'm going to replace these. I also don't want long files because I'm training on 6 seconds. That won't work. So I just changed this. How did I get the names? From this. When I ran it, I set this to print. I'm just going to run it again because why not? Batch size, I don't know, 32, doesn't matter, just want it to be faster. And I just copied some of the training prompts. I copied some of the training prompts over in here directly. So this is getting the file path of the path of the data, replacing underscores, slashes, and dot wave, right? So the folder structure here, where it has like bases, one-shots, this, all of that is going to end up in the prompt. You're going to see them here in a second. It's very, very your data specific. So if anytime you're doing a training run, you should go in and edit these. Give it a second. It always takes a billion years to like do this initial setup and loading and getting everything ready. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. These are the prompts that it's getting. Okay. So I would literally copy this, put it in as a demo prompt. That's how I got these. And then because I don't want to flood this while I'm training, because I don't want to flood it, it will die. Just comment that. How did I get this number? Great way to check for overfitting. Yeah, very much that. We tried that a bit ago with the listening to the actual files themselves. Yeah, for sure. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Glad you sat through this for literally 3 hours. I don't know how it's been 3 hours already. Hope you got a sense of how this works, though. I don't see you around. But yeah, if the demos start sounding exactly like that, you're overfit. So it's kind of a 2-in-1. If I put that in the Gradio prompt, well, okay. This is the demo prompt here. 155 system malfunction 002, 155 system malfunction 002. It's the same file. We know what this sounds like. So let's just go to the training demos and play the first one. Similar, not quite the same. This is probably not usable as a loop. I would crop it to probably this hit here and just sample that. Might end up making a song out of that actually tonight. But if you put it in here, well, this is not alive right now, but it would basically do the same thing. Same with these, same with these, same with these, same with these. I didn't touch anything in here. There's no point. Could have made these as just 1, pointing to workspace dataset. Decided to do 3. Either way. Using the same seed for training, just for reproducibility. You don't have to put in most of these. You could like comment all of that and it would still run, but probably not like as well or as customized. Once you have a checkpoint, you have to unwrap it. That's what this command is. Guess what? It's from here. I copied this right here and changed the parameters. Same with the training command. I copied this and changed the parameters. This is what the parameters are. You want to do further reading? Guess what? There's a docs folder. Oh my gosh. You can learn about conditioning. You can learn about diffusion. Basically anything. Anything that you can do with this, mostly. Just read these. If you can, print them. Take a pen. Go outside. Sit down under a tree and read every single word. You want to go deeper than that? Read the code. But neither of those are going to get you as much mileage as just simply trying to run it. Do what I did. Just copy the commands, point it at all the right stuff, throw data at it. See what you get. use like 5,000 samples. You're going to want a lot of samples. What do I mean by not getting half precision to run? So in here, here, there's an argument here, model half, right? I put this in, and if I'm running locally on Windows, instead of through this, it yells at me and just simply does not run. I can't really demo that right now because the environment isn't set up and OBS is using too much of my VRAM for it to even run in the first place. But it was like some weird like library compatibility issue. If you've ever dealt with trying to get bits and bytes on Windows, you'll know what I mean. Same reason it yells at me about flash attention here. Can't be bothered to install it. Apparently, I just learned earlier in the stream, this is completely irrelevant because it's using the same tech anyway. Running it on Gradio, you just do this. It's the same as the unwrap. You just have to give it the config and the checkpoint path. Wait a little bit. Everything's good. Alright, question. Do I attempt to make a song with this? It'll probably not go very great. Oh my gosh, in the new audio player, you can't even click under it. That's so annoying. In the old Gradio, you could control the audio even after you click generate. You could like save it. So I gotta be way more careful with this big orange button up here now. Got the spirit. It's a very almond break. It's very noisy. What happens when I give it like 500 steps? Full song with the finetune, send it. I might. The issue is it's hard to work on music like with people watching because so much of it is just experimenting and it sounds bad most of the time. I might. Okay, there's no point in using 500 steps. It sounds exactly the same. Also, this is the same exact snare in every single one of these, making me wonder if it's overfit. That's a new one. Okay. Drums, kicks, okay. Drums, kicks, looks like internal error made a bunch of these, so I'm gonna use one of these. IE kick anything. IE kick glass. This should make a one shot. Oh, that's a sweet kick. Okay. Kick. Let's see. Drums, snares. I need a snare. Another IE one. Snares. I'm also going to go with glass. It's making a 6-second kick. Yeah, I was going to just trim it later. Yeah. That's... The snare doesn't like that. The snare's trying to make loops. That's a kick. I.e. snare. I should probably say snare in both places. Ooh, that's like a Daria core kind of snare. Snare, ouch. Yeah, that's a much nicer snare. Let's call it punch instead of glass and see if that changes it. Punch glitch, maybe. Okay, kind of pan snare-y. Snare pan thingy. I like having a bunch of different snares. That's a big dubstep snare. Snare, big dubstep. Let's do kicks again. I like the punch keyword. No idea what it's actually doing. Kick punch. Ooh, that's a good kick. Okay, I think we have enough drums. Oh wait, hats. We need hats. Let's see, what have we got in here for hats? Drums. Cymbals, perk. I'm sticking to the dataset format because I'm not really in a mood to figure out like what this latent space actually looks like. That's a later thing. Cymbals, perk, hi-hats. Closed, maybe? Closed, i.e. hi-hats 909. Oh yeah, he's putting one shot, so I'm gonna put one shot too. One shot 909, sure. Okay, that's a little lower pitched than I would imagine. Hat 1. Make a couple more. Again, low pitched. Hat 2. Snappy, maybe? If I put snappy in there, maybe something in the model will know what I'm talking about. You know, I can pitch that, whatever. Hat 3, okay. Need like a sub bass. Basses, loops. What was the format again? Basses, loops, just whatever. I'm going to copy this because I can. Bass loop, sub, deep, D minor. None of this will probably work at all. 140. Now we want 6 seconds again. Also, this might be interesting. That's fucking sick. That is not at all what I wanted, but that's really cool. Base loop thingy. Right? Let's see what the IE base loops are like. Internal errors fucking cracked at samples. Oh, what's up, Kev? Negative prompt, snare, noise. Not a sub, no. There's, to be fair, the training data I gave it did not have many subs. It had like 2 sub loops. Okay, this da-da-da-da-da pattern is making me think one of the base loops here has that. Ooh, what the fuck? Uh-huh. That's nice. That's very nice. What BPM is that? Okay, that's 140. I can just trim it here and loop this. Can't wait to make a piano fine tune. That's a good idea. Let's just spam keywords at it, see what it does. Take the negative prompt out, maybe. Again, there's like 1 piano loop in this training data. Okay, we take that. How about we just stack it? Looks like everything in this fine tune is 140. And then maybe fade it like this. Like that or something, and then spam the loop. Delay. Magic EQ. I don't actually like what that's doing. I do want to duck this a bit. Oh, and of course, cool, melody loop exists. I'm used to using Ableton on the other screen. That is just an objectively worse piano loop. Kick. Oh yeah, that's the 6-second kick. We don't want the 6-second kick. We want that kick. I already have a place for it way up here. You liked it? This one? You should feed this to Gary. Let's make sure this is not getting warped. Just for fidelity. Boom, 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 kick, boom, boom, kick. Okay. I need to get the snare first. I think it was like this little snare here, maybe? No. Maybe this snare? No, that was the one with the annoying high end. I guess we do use this one. Vanya's model would nuke that. Maybe next up after this is training this on Neuro too. Okay. This is like... Great, snare needs to be fixed. It needs like way more of this. And way less of that. Yeah. So much punch here. Boom. Now the kick sounds bad. It's like high, so I'm going to turn it down, like, I don't know, 30. Oh, that's a chunk kick. Yeah. Snare can turn down. Let me not EQ spam too much. Let me definitely clap spam. Dun dun dun, boring. Dun 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 dun. Basic pattern, dun 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 dun. Copy that. That's side chain. Snare needs reverb. Kick needs to go down. Do you have to retrain the VAE? No, it is part of the checkpoint. Let's move this over here, actually. Yeah, so the checkpoint has the VAE and it has the actual diffusion model itself. So, you don't have to download 2 checkpoints. One checkpoint has both. Sure. You know what? I'm lazy. Screw trying to generate a sub. Let's just write one. What key is this? This key right here. C minor? Okay. C. They trained their VAE pretty well. I didn't, like... Dun, dun. Like, what kind of stuff would be out of distribution for the VAE? Like, voice, maybe? electronic music for certain ones, specifically in codec. Fuck you in codec. But no, this VA is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Zach, frozen during training. Longer music than actual samples. Yes, it can do that. It's a longer model. It does 47 seconds. I just fine-tuned it to make shorter samples because that's specifically what I want. Could you train it on music? Absolutely. Am I going to train it on music? Absolutely. Not yet. Dun, dun. Let's just low cut the shit out of this. Let's actually switch these two notes around. Oh, I'm glad people like watching building stuff. Building stuff is fun. A little bit intimidating to do like out of nowhere. That's fine. What does this bass loop sound like again? You need distortion. You need a lot of distortion. OTT. More OTTs. Maybe you? UI for stable audio model should be cake. Yeah. One thing, this thing definitely does all of it at once. It doesn't like start from the beginning and then continuously generate, so it doesn't really do continuations. If you give it a few seconds, it will give you a 6-second sample already done. But it doesn't do it in pieces, it does the whole thing at once. So I'm not sure how compatible that would be with jamming. That is kind of up to you to find out, I guess. Actually, this bass loop wants to be an entirely different thing. Let's see what happens when I just take a drum loop I've already made. Tear out drum loop. Sure. There we go. Turn you way up. Turn on this. Turn this up like 5. And of course, well, let's give us some more bass to work with later. I'll get back to that AI later. Just give me a sec. Yeah, getting there. Tiny bit of reverb. Way too much. Sure, that works. Unfilter. Where's unfilter? This thing is beautiful. put this on everything. You get to come in slowly like this. Just automate this up. No. Like, hello, mouse? I don't know, that or something. Too low. Bottom's gonna come down too. I like making loud distorted shit, so that's what you're gonna get. Gotta drop an already saved wave in? Yeah? I mean, if it's that simple, this will be no problem at all. And it's so easy to get running, too. Hello, mouse? There? Too much reverb. Where was that demo that I said was really good? It was, here. Yeah. We get that. Oh, yeah, we're making loud distorted dubstep. It's great. This is going to be warped. Actually, no, I don't want to warp it. That adds distortion. I want just this hit right here. Starts there. Ends there. Fade the edges ever so slightly. Sick, now we got a gun. Quarter notes. And because I'm lazy and I don't want to sound design anymore, nor type prompts for that matter, you're just gonna get shortened like that, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. Up 12. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. What are these together? Something is up with this one. What is up with this one? Ooh, wait, that made it nice and tonal. These are mostly just texture. Take this. Sure, turn off the limiter. I didn't mean to open you in the first place. Compressor. It's probably gonna sound not great. Tiny stabby thing. Sidechain this from tiny stabby thing so that this ducks every time this hits. Great. We need a growl. How do we make a growl? Basses, one shots, bass growl monster 140F. Does this work? Why is it so high-pitched? Let's do 2 seconds. scream. Let me negative param to scream. Maybe it'll help. Hello. That's a thing. So we need like a... I'm going to take the beginning and end off this because I don't like either one. Just the middle part is good. You know what? Texture, pitch it. I don't know, what else can you do to this? It's mostly just noise, that's the thing. Maybe... Nah, we need a new one that's not all noise. Ableton's got a key object? Wait, you can set global key? Oh, hello, growl. That's a virtual riot growl. Listen to this shit. This for later. Warp. Cut this. Global key is a 12 feature? Sounds like I need to get 12. Like yesterday. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just gonna layer this with some Barely Alive song. Distort. Oh, and by the way, this is a thing that you can do. Boop. 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 You go down. You go up. Except I wasn't in the right spot. Okay. Took you forever to switch. I know, I'm just so worried that like my existing projects will break because of like plugin dependencies or something. Mega reverb. Let's see here. That one. OTT. More OTT. Too much OTT. Too little reverb. Sure, we're going with that. And then, just for safety's sake, automate the entire track off right there. Don't want any reverb tail, it's just texture. I literally have an Ableton 12 crack too. I should just... Okay. Stutter edits because I love stutter edits. Not quick enough stutter edits. Like that, maybe? Sure. This, reverse it maybe? What does this sound like? There's a really nice this. This now needs to be pre-FX. Mega distortion. This has too much reverb now. This is just me getting lost in the sauce. I will do this for hours. We need a riser. Let's do SFX riser glitch granule 140 sweep. Just random keywords. 6 maybe? That's pretty cool. That's cool as shit. I'm using that. SFX white noise. Because who needs to use actual true white noise when you can prompt a model for white noise? Okay, that's not actually very useful right now. Works for me. Using a diffusion model to denoise white noise. Real. Literally doing that right now. This is panned. This is panned left, right? Yeah. There we go. Vroom. Yeah, that's good. Duplicate, but this one needs to be way quicker. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So here again, and then here again. And then an itty bitty at the every 2 and 4, because binary composition. Good stereo on that one. You know, let's find out what happens when we prompt just stereo. Glitch. Cool. What happens when I prompt rhythm? Also should probably make sure these drums are like actually loud, because I am very worried that this bass is too loud for these drums. Indeed not. Too much sidechain. Sidechain gets cut like that. Reverse the hat. Never mind, I've decided I do not actually want reverb on any of this, because it is getting distorted way too much. You know what I do want? Chroma on the entire track. This is an F. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Let's resample that. Yeah. Chroma is so worth. You should get it. It is this. And it costs $40, and it's so worth. Shout out Zinth Audio, shout out Nasco, especially. And, who's their name? Did Unfamiliar work on this? No, that was Spectral Sound. Paper Skies, yeah. They make sick plugins. This is very nice. You can get crazy da-da-da-da-da-da kind of. It is fucking the harmonics way too much. Down we go. Moderation. Also, there's like way too much high end on this. Why is there so much high end on this? It needs like more like that. It is a resonator on steroids. All I did was just spam this, so it's not going to be like super interesting. Warping these in half. You get to go in half again. Dun. That's a cool pattern, I guess. Let's resample that too. Why not? So that's two entirely new samples. So you don't have to use the AI outputs raw. You want to put it through this and get this. Fucking do it. It's raw material. It's not a finished usable thing. Oh no, why did rhythm make noise? Yeah, that is the sound of noise latents. Yeah, it's a raw material generator to further tweak. Like, I don't know, let's put it in a, where's granulator? Granulator, right here. Shut up. So yeah, you can do that with it. You can, oh yeah, this thing exists. I forgot this thing exists. Disperser, why not? More dispersers. And then this. yeah, you can distort it like that. Bass loop, color, AI. We're gonna try audio to audio, why not? Init audio, noise level 6. Right here. Uploading. Let's see. Can we turn it into drums? Let me grab a... Let's just send it through that. Okay, maybe a lot less init noise. Okay, pod's healthy. This is doing fine. Okay. So this is a lot more noise sensitive. Okay, for audio to audio, I would recommend training mostly on songs, not samples. Now it's barely adding anything. Let's do 4 again. Maybe a bass loop? Bass loop, neuro, yois, a. Yay. What? Yeah, we're running that again. Sample and a half right there? Hell yeah, it is. Someone tried to make Nightcore and forgot how. Maybe we'll see what it does to the... Maybe bounce this too. Some of that might be sampleable. Let's send the color glitch through it. It's 2 seconds, so this is going to be 2 seconds. Like, there's a lot you can do with these models. Huh? Hello? That is so cool. What the fuck? Hello? No. Not a good example. Yeah, no, this is cool as hell. The way, like, pinches up to the high end and, like, a lot of resonance, like, filters down. You can see it here, too. It's like... We're doing that again. This one's also got the down. Okay, so we're just getting neuro like this. Wait, what if I put in... What if I put in this, right? I just keep remixing the same sample. Uh-huh. Except I don't like how high it is. Maybe we can fix that by, you'll never guess, minus 12 dB. Or not dB, semitones. Maybe that'll be better. 3 seconds now? Okay. I like the sometimes it just makes pops out of nowhere. Training artifact? I don't know. Maybe another one. Probably gonna end this kind of soon because at this point I am just experimenting, you know, stuff that you should be doing. I will probably post this notebook somewhere. I'm gonna take like these configs and like put them commented out in cells, like at the bottom or something. But like really, just go here. All the stuff is here. Copy the examples. Point it at your data. Make one yourself. Maybe you'll get cool stuff like that. What happens if you turn this into a snare? Oh, this is just part of the possible workflows too. There's so many things you can do with these that... Huh? Saving that immediately. Yeah, okay, I think we're done here. Let me close everything. Model config. Look, you just use the stock one and change this number if you want to. Dataset.json, again, just use theirs. Dataset.py, I'm gonna put it in there. Yeah, for sure. I had a hell of a lot of fun doing this. Lots more models to happen. Oh, it doesn't just take wave. It takes a whole bunch of audio files. If you read the code, you would know that. Happy training. Clear output. Clear output. Run that. That's all good. Batch size 32. Sure, all this is good. Download dataset. I'm gonna put this in here anyway. There we go. That's all set. Unwrap and export. Run Gradio. Find checkpoints. Train, exclamation marks. Get model. Install. Kill you. DL dataset. Does any of this really matter? I don't really think so. What is it? Is it like make ders? Yeah, it is. Okay. Boom, boom. And I should probably also make a checkpoints. Dun, 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 dun. You know, I'm going to change this to 500. You should not probably be training it for that long. All good, all good. I'm going to set this to 1 because most people are probably going to train it on 1. Export, export, sure, sure. You know, follow obvious instructions. Everyone should do that. Download everything to Workspace. You're going to need to log in. I should probably mention, because I found out earlier, that I need a write token. Train. This smiley face works better. All good, all good. Figure it out. There's one more thing I wanted to say here. Cool. Download as finetune stable audio open.ipynb. Sick. Once again, read the repo. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. You guys can watch that. You guys can figure that out. You guys know this. If you can't figure out how to download a dataset, what are you even doing here? And this has everything else. Hell yeah. Did the checkpoint download? The checkpoint did in fact download. Nice. Alright, I am ending this. The VOD will still be around. I did archive this. It will stay on YouTube, hopefully. May edit it down someday, I may not. It's 4 hours. Fuck trying to edit that. Still, I hope this helped a little bit. I hope you learned something. And I will see you guys around, whatever I next happen to do. Peace, everyone.